Teams, practice is now ended. Once again, practice has now ended. Please hold off on all practice shots, with the exception of 25 and 26. The USBC Collegiate Program would like to thank the following groups for their support of the Intercollegiate Team Championships. The Youth Education Services Program. The YES program is an initiative dedicated to the development of youth bowling. Our future is now, and the partnerships already created have united the bowling industry in a single cause: the betterment of youth bowling. And Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships and Intercollegiate Singles Championships. As a reminder to all spectators, please make sure you stay behind the yellow line. Behind the yellow line, that is the separation between you and the bowlers. Also, athletes, when moving your bowling bags, please make sure you do not block between the orange tape. That is a walkway, so you can get from your area to the back, to the restroom, wherever you may need to go. It is a fire lane, so please do not block the orange tape areas. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these collegiate athletes a big send-off as they begin double elimination match play. Athletes, your lanes are on for competition. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Match Play, the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Emil Williams Jr. here with you, along with someone with plenty of experience at the Intercollegiate Team Championships, as well as the Singles Championships. She won the 2017 ISC title on the women's side. Please welcome Sydney Brummett.
Hi guys.
How are you?
I'm so good. Really happy to be here.
Pleased that you could join. Thanks for offering your time.
Of course.
Our matches on 27 and 28, along with 29 and 30, will feature Duquesne versus Lindenwood and William Penn, and of course Sydney's alma mater, Wichita State University. Sid, just right off the bat, if you could just kind of describe, if a viewer is viewing the ITCs for the first time and the first thing they see is match play, what would they expect to see? What should they expect to see?
There's just a lot of excitement going on. People are, we actually just talked about it before we went on the air. You know, qualifying, it's kind of quiet in here. You hear some cheers, but then the lights turn on for match play, and it's like you're in a huge arena with a lot of huge, awesome fans, and the players are just really pumped to be here and have this moment. So they're going to expect to see a lot of excitement from the players, from the teams, and the coaches, and just see a lot of heart, I think, out on the lanes.
Your experience, you bowled 4 years at Wichita State. How would you describe your 4 years? And obviously, I know it was very important to you. So, how would you describe that moment, and maybe putting yourself as you were once a senior, and what those folks are going through right now?
Yeah, I mean, each year is really different on its own because your group of girls is different. So, working with a college team this year, and my advice to the freshmen was that you really don't have 4 years, right? You have 1 year with that team, and to treat it as an individual year. So the seniors right now are probably feeling a little anxious. They're probably excited to get started and just to make their school proud. Even me standing back here, I still get those anxious butterflies for these players, and so I'm sure that they're feeling the exact same thing.
We got a 7-10 matchup, Duquesne and Lindenwood. LU, of course, the defending national champions. On the women's side, Wichita State and William Penn, a 6 versus 11 on our featured pairs. Some other interesting notes ongoing. On 35 and 36, we have 8-9 Pikeville versus Maryland Eastern Shore, which actually ended up being the position round. One of them, I should say. They were on 25 and 26, bowling each other for that 8 spot. So they end up meeting in the 8-9 round. And Weber International making their way back to ITCs again for the first time since 2017. They are back, and they are facing UAB, Alabama Birmingham, on 37 and 38. So those are the women's featured matches here in round number 1.
I think one of the really interesting pieces of the match play portion that we have to pay attention to is these teams bowled 24 games of qualifying, and some teams struggled in the beginning and then bowled really well at the end, and some the opposite. So what we have to realize is a lot of these matches are just on the fresh. So they might not get to what it felt like in games 16 through 24. They might get to game 14 by the most. So hopefully those teams that didn't bowl great. I know, for instance, Wichita State, they didn't bowl great those first 4 games. I believe they were in 16th after the first 4. But it looks like, as I'm looking down there, they had the front 3. So they probably had a different game plan from this morning and possibly attacked the lanes pretty differently.
Describe what you could decipher from watching bowling earlier today. Obviously, we don't know the lane condition. The players don't know, coaches don't know as well. So from a seasoned veteran, if you will, what do you think? How do you think the pattern from a distance, if you can give an estimate, and maybe how you would attack it from what you've seen?
For me, it's kind of funny. I think it's a very typical ITC pattern. You can play a bunch of different places at the arrows, but the idea is still the same. You got to go pretty straight through the fronts, no matter where you're playing, and you simply have to get a ball that sees the mid lane early enough. We see a lot of what we would consider bad carry, but in reality, bad carry is not luck. It's your ball not going through the pins correctly. So if we're seeing that poor carry, it's more than likely the ball isn't seeing the pattern soon enough. And so for me, if I was playing on this, I'd probably be using a stronger ball, probably asymmetric, that would start up pretty soon and just roll through the pins, keeping my angles pretty shut down.
Wise words from someone with uber amounts of experience at this event. Lindenwood out to an early lead here in the opening game of match play round 1. Again, Lindenwood and Duquesne. Don't forget, folks, we do have men's competition ongoing as well down on the low end of the house. We've got 2 channels for you. Lanes 13 through 16 are active, as well as lanes 5 through 8. Weber International and Emmanuel over on 5 and 6. William Penn and UW Whitewater. That's a good opening round match on the men's side. Over on 7 and 8. Then on 13 and 14, Lawrence Tech and SCAD Savannah. That's a 6 versus 11. And a 7-10, St. Francis, Illinois and Calumet. That, too, is a very good first round matchup. That is on the men's bracket.
Absolutely. I was actually looking through the bracket at lunch and noticed how many great first round matches there were, and I think something pretty notable was that the Wichita men and Weber men were 1 and 2 for pretty much the whole day going to the position round, and the Weber men, I believe, ended up qualifying 5th, which put them in the same side of the bracket. So we could see some really interesting matches come down on that side of the bracket near the end of the day and tomorrow.
Those are some things that I mentioned earlier, just in regards to you never really know how the bracket obviously is going to end up, but you start to get a little peek of it as we get closer to the end of qualifying. And there could be, generally good teams, for example, who, for whatever reason, whether they struggled, got everybody involved in the lineup, wanted to try different things from a lane play perspective, that may have caused them to drop in the standings and therefore may put them or put someone else, for example, in a quote-unquote bad situation early. When you've got to face, for example, a Weber early on or something like that, maybe that you wouldn't expect.
I got brought into the Indiana Tech program a couple months ago, I would say, and I was talking to the girls last night. They just asked me for some advice, and I told them to use qualifying somewhat as another practice session to gain as much information as they could as possible. And some of their girls that are absolutely amazing struggled early on in the day, but they got some experience because it's not a stressful situation. Everybody makes match play, and they learned a lot of information and talked through it with their head coach, Tom Osborne, and figured out a different game plan. So I think all of the teams, to some extent, use the qualifying to their greatest advantage, whether that is playing a lot of people or trying different parts of the lane to see what gives them the best opportunity to string strikes and win matches.
I think that's the most important to think about. You cannot win the tournament or lose it, for that matter, in qualifying.
No,
and
you
so
cannot.
You got to do what you got to do to make sure you're prepared for when it counts. And right now, it counts.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Joined in the booth by Sydney Brummett. We'll get her expertise certainly as we continue on here. Mentioned Sid. She just mentioned now a newcomer to the Indiana Tech program as a graduate assistant. Spent 4 years competing for Wichita State University, and now also will be a sophomore on the PWBA tour in just like 7 days or so.
Oh, I'm so stoked for that. I actually don't attend school at Indiana Tech. I'm getting my master's through an online program.
Fair enough. Thank you.
No, it's okay. And I'm really enjoying coaching. Actually laughing yesterday with Coach L and Coach V from Wichita because I asked a lot of questions when I was there about bowling and team play, and now I get to ask them questions about bowling and coaching. So the questions never stopped for me, and they kind of knew that was going to happen. It looks like Lindenwood's going to take the first game over Duquesne, 213 to 150.
After they split in the 10th frame, count will give them 150 indeed. Close one early on between Wichita State and William Penn, although the Shockers do have the 19-pin advantage, but William Penn just struck in the 9th. And so that forced certainly Wichita to show up. This is Madison Janik. Looked pretty good to me.
I was watching Madison a little bit during qualifying, and she looked absolutely solid. So I'm really interested to see who Coach L has in that 5-hole. If I had to guess, it's probably senior Sierra Kanemoto, who made the ISC show as well. She's got a lot of experience in this position. She's done this a couple times as well. So I think they're set up for success. They're a very young team. They have 4 freshmen on their team, so they're still learning. But hopefully they can learn and be successful at the same time.
William Penn has already put one up here in the 10th. A double could put them in the 190s, or excuse me, one more in the 10th could have put them in the 190s. 10 pin. This would force, however, a mark for Wichita State in the 10th frame. It is Sierra Kanemoto, and that's 10 back.
And she loved that one.
So the Shockers will take game 1. Best of 7, folks. Best of 7 format, double elimination in the Intercollegiate Team Championships.
One thing I really love about this event that they've kind of changed over the past few years is that if a team does lose early this afternoon, they still get to bowl tomorrow. They get to go home, rest, maybe watch the next match, and get a new game plan. And I think that is absolutely phenomenal. You know, my first few years bowling ITCs, you could lose and be done in the first day.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, and I've talked about the PWBA Tour, we bowl so many games in one day that sometimes it's hard to mentally reset. Especially as a college student, you may not have the skill set to reset yet. And having that break really allows more teams to be successful and to bowl their best.
Yeah, I'm saying, I said that earlier, back in my day, if you will, because I am getting a little old. It was 2 and out on the day one if you were unfortunate enough to be in that situation. By the way, Holly Ann Johansson just said Sydney's middle name is. Let me ask you a question.
Halls is not wrong. Not wrong. You know, I wanted to gain as much knowledge as possible. I went to arguably the most successful college bowling program in the country. And for me, if I wasn't asking questions, I wasn't using my resources. So I asked a lot of questions. I watched almost everyone's lessons every week because I wanted to know how to help my teammates, wanted to know more about coaching. And our small team meetings, which were about team play and the mental game, I felt like I walked in with more tabs in my book than we could go over each week. But I really, truly think that has and is what helped me be a factor on the collegiate side of things.
Sounds like a good opportunity to grow as a leader as well.
Absolutely. That's one of the great things about these colleges is they're helping kids become better adults, and they're helping them become better human beings. It goes much further than just bowling. It goes to helping them be better human beings, students, leaders, whatever it may be they want to do.
The Shockers take game 1 over William Penn, 209 to 179. We talked about Lindenwood getting the early 1-0 advantage over Duquesne.
Looks like Lindenwood also got out to a really quick start in game 2 with the front 3-9 spare.
For Lindenwood. Trying to, of course, repeat as champions, which is such a difficult thing to do.
Incredibly. I mean, actually, Holly Ann and I talk about it a lot with her in the chat. You know, we worked really hard for 4 years and didn't come away with one ITC title. And, you know, I couldn't even imagine what it feels like to be able to go back to back. That has to be an incredible opportunity and feeling of pride for your school.
The Serenity Concerto, an honorable mention All-American selection at last night's Night of Champions banquet. Chops the 2-4-5, first open for Lindenwood. And at the same time, Duquesne chops a 7-count spare as well. And so LU will retain their lead.
That was one thing in college bowling that I really noticed. We talked about what people can expect to see in match play, and one thing that I really noticed was missing spares, can't speak today, is like a plague. So if we look up at their scoreboard, we see a 9 miss followed by a 7-2 and another 7-2. It's like we see someone miss a spare, and then our brain says, don't miss it, instead of just make the best shot I can and hit my target. So hopefully these girls can reset and see some good ones before they shoot these spares.
How were you able to overcome those type of moments if you had them in your collegiate career?
Yeah, it's a lot of visualization, and it's really interesting because I've been talking with the kids at Indiana Tech about it a lot. You know, we tell people to visualize, and how do you know you're visualizing, right? You close your eyes and you're like, yeah, coach, I'm seeing it. Well, how do I really know that? And the interesting part, I was actually at a hockey game. I'm a big NHL fan.
Okay.
And I was watching warm-ups.
Wait, are you a fan of the Sharks? San Jose
Sharks? I
Sharks?
am not a fan of the Sharks. I
What?
know. That would be so expected of me. I'm actually a Golden Knights fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
You hopped on the bandwagon.
No, my
Yes, you
favorite
did.
player got traded to them.
Fair enough.
So, and then my first NHL game was at T-Mobile Arena,
Okay.
coincidentally at a college event. So, with Holly Ann. So it was an absolutely incredible experience. I fell in love with the Knights. There's not a better atmosphere than T-Mobile Arena. But what I noticed was that the goalies would spend a lot of time visualizing before the event started, right? Their game started. And you can see them doing it, right? You can see them sliding across, you know, the blue paint, seeing
Kind of like
imaginary
post to post.
pucks coming in. You'll see them catch it, toss it on the ice. You'll see them block it with a stick. They'll see them dive, right? We can see them visualizing, and that's, I think, a really great explanation to people of what visualization looks like. It's seeing what would happen to you in real life. So if we see ourselves make a 10-pin 2 or 3 times before we actually do it, our brain knows no different. So it thinks that we've already made 2 or 3 10-pins before we even step up. So instead of being 1 for 1, you're 4 for 4, and your confidence consequently goes through the roof.
The voice you hear is the voice of Sydney Brummett, and giving us some good stuff here from the mental side of things, which, as we all know, and well, I assume we all know, but for those that may not, certainly the mental game is, I would say, more important than the physical in many situations in our sport.
Absolutely, especially once we get to the collegiate level, and then when I got on the PWBA tour, it was even more, because everyone throws it good. All these teams have a shot at winning this week. So the difference maker here, in my opinion, at the ITCs is team play, how much you unconditionally love each other, and the mental side of things. How well can we reset when things aren't going our way, and how well can we stay present when things are. So I really think it's a difference maker in college bowling.
A Standiford leaves a 3-6-10 for Lindenwood, who lead Duquesne 27 at the moment. Pretty even match between, or excuse me, game I should say, between Wichita State and William Penn here in game number 2.
Yeah, it looks like we're even through 4 with Wichita on a strike in the 5th and William Penn with a 9 spare.
All right, LU can max out at 200 even. And after the open frame for Duquesne, had a tough spare there. It looked like the 9-10. Maxing out now at 181, and they need all 4. So if LU marks here, and now they won't even have to do that, potentially. It is Serenity Quintero. On 25 and 26, St. Francis, Illinois, and Indiana Tech, which is the real reason why Sydney came to talk to us, because our booth is set up in the settee area and about 1.5 pairs away from where Indiana Tech is currently bowling. So
it's
you
good
can
seats,
keep an
man.
eye on them.
Good seats. No, and it's kind of interesting. I decided to move home because I wanted to focus on being a professional bowler. And the coaches at Indiana Tech found out I was moving home, said you want to join our coaching staff.
Which is Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Yes, Fort Wayne, Indiana. And it said, you're moving home, you want to join our coaching staff. And I jumped at that opportunity. And these girls have been so loving and accepting of me, which I was very anxious about.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just because I was a decent college player does not mean that I can help them be one, right? Not just because you're a good player doesn't mean you're going to be a good coach. So I was anxious about it. And I actually don't primarily coach the women's team at events. I primarily coach the men's team. But I help with their practices, and they've been so great. And these girls, they have no seniors. So they're all returning after their first bid to ITCs, which I'm super proud of them. They've really come together as a team over the past couple months, and I'm very interested and excited to see what happens for them this week.
LU will take game 2, and their title defense so far is off to a very good start. As Sydney mentioned earlier, the last few years has seen a format change, a couple actually. One, a cut down on the amount of games for qualifying, and to be able to fit in a couple of rounds of match play on the same day as qualifying, which used to be not the case. It used to be 32 games of qualifying all day long. That was basically your Thursday. Then you'd come in early Friday morning, begin match play, and as Sydney mentioned earlier, if we lost twice, especially if you lost the first 2, your season was over. Quick and very much abrupt at that time. Got a good match overall on the men's side. They got several ongoing. And they are just to our left, William Patterson and Lindenwood. 186 officially for Lindenwood.
So I bowled on the women's side of things. But I got to tell you, I appreciate the men's side so much.
It gets a little serious.
It gets so I am a very competitive human being, and my favorite part of bowling for Wichita State was actually the practices my freshman and sophomore year. Spent a lot of time bowling against AJ Chapman, Frankie Lavoie, Mitch Houpe. Our women's team would bowl our men's team. And man, that was the one time that we kind of got to be really competitive. Kind of in people's face about, we're here to play. And we knew their feelings weren't going to be hurt, and they were going to give it right back.
Right.
So I appreciate watching the men because they just play for their team, and they hope that their score adds up to more than the other team's score,
right,
and that they win their match. It's awesome.
All right, 10th frame here for
believe that was the 9th frame that Madison just bowled.
Correct.
For Wichita State.
And 10th frame for William Penn, which now, huge shot.
Yeah, that first strike in the 10th is going to force Wichita State to double in order to have a shot at the match. William Penn's been a program that over at least my 4 years and this year I've really seen grown into their own. They've kind of gained some confidence. They've always been good, but they weren't really sure that they were good. And now that they've kind of come into their own, it's awesome to watch them play well every week.
And the 2-pin there for William Penn, the second shot and the 10. So that's going to be, what, 203 or a 202?
Yes.
And that's going to be enough. Best, unless I'm looking at that wrong.
No, that would be correct, yeah.
Best Wichita State can do, even with 3 in the 10th, is 201.
Yes.
And so William Penn is going to take game number 2. We'll be tied at 1 game apiece between Wichita State and William Penn. Meanwhile, Duquesne and Lindenwood both come out strong with early doubles in game number 3 of their first round match.
ITCs was also really cool for me to see the NCAA teams that we didn't see all year long. And I always wanted, and I've always said I want to bowl the best. And if I'm going to win, I want to beat the best. And I hope that they bowl well doing it. And so incorporating those NCAA teams that also earn a bid to the event, I think is important for these USBC teams that strictly participate in USBC events, because you get to go against all the best. And you know that if you won the ITC Helmer Cup, that you earned it. And I think that that's just a really, really cool thing to have happen here.
Well, there are no gimmies, as you certainly know. You got to earn your way to ITCs, which means you got to earn your way to an ITC championship. Nothing is ever guaranteed, not only in life, but certainly within our sport here. We've seen tons of matches go 7 games. You've seen matches that look to be in hand, but with 2 frames to go, all of a sudden things kind of go haywire for one team. It gives a very unlikely opportunity to the opponent, and they capitalize, and vice versa. And certainly at some point, all of those things I just mentioned will happen, because it's inevitable in the sense of every time at this event something like that goes down.
Absolutely. I've been a part of like a 2016. It felt like we bowled 4 games every match. That's what it felt like. And that was awesome. And then make the show. That was really cool. But there were, the year before that, felt like we bowled 7 games every match. And we were fighting to double in the 10th to win that 7th game. So you experience the whole gamut of what has to be offered.
Wichita State finishes with 200 even. So a good victory, 202 to 200 for William Penn.
And I know on Wichita State's standpoint, Coach L is probably looking at the girls right now and saying, great game, right? Most of the time, if you average about 200 in the women's side, you're going to win every match. So I know he's saying, probably just stay patient, girls, keep making good shots, and hopefully the pins will start falling our way. You can't focus on beating the other team. I know in my years that we bowled, we actually tried to position ourselves as though the other team almost didn't even exist.
And when you say position yourself, describe what you actually mean to
Like in the settee area, we would almost make a U shape in the opposite direction, you would think. So it was more towards away from the pair we were bowling on, because that allowed us to focus on us and to play the best that we could. And then we just worked hard to beat, for instance, if we were bowling on lane 27, we would work to beat lane 27 instead of trying to beat the person who is bowling against us, because you can't really play defense in bowling.
Right.
So it's really hard to be like, oh man, that team doubled, and then you press and you tug one, where if you just bowl your best game, that's all you can do. And you hope that it's enough. And if it's not, you come up with a new game plan, try something a little different, and be better the next game.
Joined in the booth by Sydney Brummett as she continues to drop knowledge. For you, our Bowl TV viewer, we appreciate you everyone tuning in. ITC coverage, ISCs began way back at this point on Monday, I think, with practice session. Yes. Then we had 2 days of competition. We've got 8 finalists, 4 on the men's side, 4 on the women's side. And those individuals will compete for singles championships on Saturday. Of course, 2 teams from each division on our team side will compete also for Helmer Cups on Saturday afternoon as well. All shows will air on CBS Sports Network. All right, Duquesne has said enough is enough, and they have gone double 9-spare, 9-spare, 3-bagger versus the reigning national champions. And at a point certainly for Duquesne where they have to kind of get on the horse immediately, down 0-2 here early against the defending champs. You know, that says it right there in the nutshell, where, you know, hey, we're going in facing the defending champs. We know they're going to be ready. And then you kind of get down 0-2. You don't want to let that affect you mentally. And it can, certainly, but Duquesne now really pushing forward, and at this moment it looks like they're ready to take game 3.
Absolutely. That's one of the big things for the NCAA teams that I've noticed over the years is how quickly they can bounce back from an unfortunate, first few Baker games or a Baker match, because they are constantly bowling Baker matches in their normal yearly competitions, whereas the USBC teams do not see as many of those match play scenarios. So it's really easy for them to reset. I feel like maybe they just have more experience, or they train it more because they bowl in more match play scenarios, but it's something that I've really noticed over the years.
All right, 7 count, 2-4-5 specifically for Lindenwood, and an open frame in the 9th for Duquesne. Well, max score now 229. If Lindenwood makes the spare, that would be, 40, 60, 90, 223. So Duquesne still holds their own destiny, and LU makes the 2-4-5. So all of a sudden, we just talked about a moment quite like this where you get an unexpected break if you're the team that is trailing in the game. Depending on what happens here, even a mark of, let's see, if they fill 20, that's 219, and LU still has an opportunity to potentially win. And that's the situation now after the 7 pin left.
At this point in time, I know my teammates
that
I bowled with at Wichita State with an amazing shot there from Lindenwood is, at that point in time, we were licking our chops. We were really excited, right? Those are the moments you train for. When you're at practice, you're not thinking about winning the 2nd tournament of the year. You're not really thinking about winning the 3rd tournament of the year. You're thinking about winning the Helmer Cup. So when you see that opportunity to have the back 4 for the opportunity to keep going for a national championship, coolest feeling in the world. So I'm sure that Lindenwood, being the defending champions, are itching to take advantage of this one.
100%. So now after the big strike there from Janae in the ninth, and she buried that one, Haley Cummings is going to have to double, and depending on the count situation for Duquesne, Serenity Quintero, I beg your pardon, is going to need to double for Lindenwood at minimum to have a chance to steal this game and go up 3-0. Here's Quintero's first shot. Leaves a 4-pin. Good shot, but Duquesne is on the board, and that's got to be a nice exhale for Duquesne right there.
It's probably a calming effect among their team.
Quickly, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're okay. I was just looking down at this Wichita State William Penn match, and it looks like these girls like to keep it close. They were, from what I can see, tied through 5. Both had strikes in the 6th, and William Penn left a 7-count spare in the 7th. So I know from singles, 29-30 was a very tricky pair. In particular, one of my boys from Indiana Tech was bowling singles, and the left lane played extremely different than the right lane. So I imagine those teams are fighting through that at the moment. The left lane was a lot tighter in the mids, and the ball just didn't want to see it the same way. So I wonder if those teams are seeing the same thing.
LU will do a little talking of things over a little bit. They've got an opportunity to kind of utilize this fill shot, perhaps get another player kind of somewhat lined up, potentially to be prepared to enter the lineup if necessary. Maybe if the match is extended. Actually, it will be now, no matter what. So they'll need to go back to this lane to potentially win the match. So you're thinking ahead from that standpoint as well.
What's your favorite part about ITC?
That's a good question. I think my favorite part, honestly, is the start of match play. Because, qualifying obviously is qualifying. And what we talked about earlier, so many things that you can do during qualifying to experiment in a way, and this is not true at all, right? But in a way, it almost feels like you're not going to get everyone's best. But once match play starts, it's 100% from ball one to however long that match goes. So you're getting the best of the best every single time throughout the rest of the event. And so the start of match play, I was kind of getting anxious earlier, just waiting, almost as if, it was time for me to bowl, which I don't get very anxious to bowl much anymore.
I felt the same way. I walked in here and I was like, oh man, I haven't felt butterflies like this in a hot minute, right? We always talked about it at WSU, like, it almost feels like those butterflies you feel are for all 8 people on the roster, plus your coaches. And then with WSU, we brought all of our teammates. So if we had 12 people on the team, there were 12 people here, 8 in the sets area, 4 in the back. So I felt those butterflies for like all my teammates that I bowled with over all 4 years. And I was like, whoa, what is this? I'm not used to this when I'm not bowling.
I do admire that, too, for the teams that can and bring all of their teammates and players on the roster as Madison Janik strikes in the 9th. Wichita State trails by 30. And the William Penn again in the 10th frame with a chance to lock it up. And another great shot, I think. The reaction almost made me question it. It was. Something was left in our angle. What you folks are being able to see on the screen, our monitor is just a touch smaller than what we're looking at, so we're also paying attention to what's happening on the lanes, but our angle is such that we don't see everything on the left side of the lane. So a 4-pin for William Penn in the 10th.
But that's it's a great shot.
Absolutely.
And in these events, it's all about making the best shot you can make. Right? It's been 5 frames since you threw your last shot. So hopefully you're communicating with your teammates the right way to know the move, but you may not be right all the time. So hopefully you are mostly correct and you get up there and throw the best shot you can. But if you four-pin, you know you were close. Probably one move away from having a four-bagger or whatnot.
The important situation for William Penn that was that they had to make the spare. Four-pin was a must. Now just one pin to solidify victory, as Wichita State only max out at 1-7-1. Keep it on the lane behind the foul line, and William Penn is a winner, and there it is.
So they are now up 2-1 in that match, I believe.
Official score, 179 for William Penn. Sydney Brummett, by the way, folks, on pins and needles. She's got her alma mater on our featured pair, and then she's got her new team that she's helping in Indiana Tech in the 6-lane radius.
That they wouldn't be in the same side of the bracket. And it happened. I'm not exactly happy about it. But I was talking to some parents earlier, and I just said, I hope everyone bowls their best. I really, really hope that. And whichever team has more pins at the end of the game wins. But I hope everyone bowls their absolute best and the best team wins.
All right, back to LU and Duquesne, but what's Wichita State thinking right now? Based on your experience, 10th frame, similar situation, a game that they cannot win at this point. What's the strategy right now?
That actually happened to us one year at the Vegas tournament. We were bowling match play. It's one of the few events we bowl match play. We were bowling a school, and they shot 300 against us. Well, we were in frame 5 by the time they got done bowling their 10th frame, because we were throwing 2 shots every frame, and they were throwing 1. So we were technically on pace with shots. And we took those 5 frames to come up with a new game plan, because obviously they have found something that we have not. So I think that they probably took that 10th frame to say, guys, what are we doing wrong? Right? What piece is missing? Is my rotation wrong? Do I not have the right speed? Are we throwing the right balls? There's a lot of those questions, I think, going through their heads right now.
Milt Williams Jr. here with you on our lanes 27 through 30 channel. Appreciate everyone tuning in. As Grant mentioned in the chat, Grant working on getting some scores for you of other matches. So we appreciate Brant and his diligence. What an interesting situation brewing just off camera here. To our left. On the men's side of things, Lindenwood has a chance to strike out to win with a 175 after William Patterson wrapped a 10-pin and could have maxed out at 165. Those are the things that we've kind of described for you where, it really could change in a shot, just one.
My favorite things is I've never been able to watch the parents before, but they look more nervous than the kids, which is pretty interesting to me. I've always heard that my dad paces, but I didn't really understand until now. Shout out to Dad. Hi, Dad. I hope you're watching.
That's fantastic. All right, so match scores here for your featured pairs right here on 27 and 30. Lindenwood leads Duquesne 2-1. William Penn leads Wichita State 2-1. Don't forget, folks, be sure to follow at youth_bowling on social media. Hannah Ryan Miller has done a great job this week capturing some of the great images from this wonderful event, as well as some videos between her and Jimmy Chanthevong. So appreciate their help and posting a ton on that particular channel handle across our respective social media channels and platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, as Quintero just gets a piece of the 5-pin, part of that 2-4-5. Nice smile on her face coming back to the team.
Most people hate the 3-6-10 or 3-6-9-10. Man, I do not like the 2-4-5. I feel like it's so easy to chop. I don't know what it is about it.
Is it worse than the bucket? Because obviously it's similar, but with missing a pin.
I think it's worse than the bucket because at least with the 8-pin there, my ball kind of deflects a little bit.
You got a chance.
Yeah, sometimes I kind of dive through. If I use my strike ball, which I don't typically on the 2-4-5, I usually use my spare ball. But it's easy no matter which way you shoot it, even with your spare ball, to chop it in some way, shape, or form. And with a bucket, I make the same move every time off of my strike ball, and simply if I'm lined up, I'll make it if I hit my target. So the 2-4-5 is a little bit more tricky, especially if it's offset.
Right.
Once again, down there on this Wichita State-William Penn match, we are basically even through 3.
Already in the 8th frame is Duquesne here on lane 28. Here is Lindenwood's 7th frame shot. Crossing over there, Mina San Nicolas.
I was Mina's teammate for a year. She went to Wichita State.
Really?
Yeah, she was at Wichita State for her first year, and she was just a bright and shiny human, and she was such a joy. And I'm glad that she found a home at Lindenwood and that she's had such a great time there. I've always joked, we have a replay board at Wichita State in front of the bowling office, and you see it kind of every day, walk into the locker room, and it's replaying national championship wins. And one of the women's team wins that replays is a Brooklyn. So I always joke that Brooklyns win national championships.
Hey, they do. It's a thing. Some folks may not like it, but it does happen.
It does.
But you're not going to give your title back.
No.
Absolutely not.
I would take it in a heartbeat.
Absolutely not. Twice on Sunday. Big double there for LU. Duquesne trying to answer 9th frame. Brooklyn in the 9th. We just talked about Brooklyn's. They get one to potentially maybe stay alive.
I feel like everything evens out over
does.
time. Whether it's a roll 2 or Brooklyn.
Standifer has been phenomenal in that setup role for Lindenwood. 3-bagger, and they're looking to go up 3 games to 1.
I know from my sophomore year in 2016 at the ITC, those roles are really important. Oftentimes, we had Daria Kovalova as our anchor, and we heard a lot of teams say, don't let it come down to Dasha, right? Because somehow, Dasha could have thrown it in the gutter the last 6 times, but if we needed all 3, she got them all. And to this day, I don't know what kind of magic she was drinking in the morning, but that's what would happen. And so the first 4 people in the lineup were so crucial to those other teams that they almost played a more important role than the person in the anchor spot. Like, I feel like everyone is just as important. The person in the 5-hole just gets to throw a few extra balls, so you hope that they have a really great look. But really, you hope that the game's over before it even gets to them.
100%. And we talk about, as you said, kind of roles and the 1-2, the leadoff position, and who's in the 2-hole. And I think there's There's sometimes the myth, not a myth, but the thing you hear. Okay. What threw me off, there was a St. Francis player was about to throw. She held up, but she kind of spun around when she did it, and I just really wasn't sure.
Maybe she's a gymnast.
That was impressive, though.
It was very impressive.
Because that was gravity with, I had imagined somewhere between a 14 and 16-pound object.
I would have fallen down.
And she made the spare. Nicely done from St. Francis. I forgot what I was talking about. Okay, people used to talk about hiding cloaks in the two-hole, for example. So if someone's struggling in the lineup, the tendency could be to put that person in the two-hole. But at the same time, you still need that individual to fill frames. And so while the struggle may be to get to the pocket, if they're a great spare shooter, then they're in.
Absolutely.
Period. 187 for Duquesne. LU will go up 3-1. And Wichita State now with a 7-pin here in the 8th frame. They are a frame and a half ahead right now from a pace situation in comparison to William Penn. Herzberg takes care of the spare. Max score for Wichita State, 212. Some early struggles for William Penn. Open in the first, one in the fourth, and have yet to strike, and that is still the case. So this could be the opportunity here for the Shockers. If they even this match, perhaps develop some momentum. 2:23 officially for Lindenwood.
For Wichita State, I wonder how much this year it's going to take for them to get those nerves out. How long is that going to take, right? They have 4 freshmen in their 8 that they brought that have never done this before. And there's no way to describe what it feels like to bowl ITCs to someone else. I've tried and it doesn't work. So you try and have them be as prepared as possible from a bowling side, but nothing compares to this environment with how loud it is and how intense it is and how much passion and heart people are playing with. So I'm wondering if part of the struggles we've seen from them today have to do with the inexperience of their team. Hopefully their leaders, Kayla Ovesny and Caitlin Rudy, Sarah Kanemoto are really stepping up and helping those freshmen come to terms with what's going on around them right now.
That's a great point. Sometimes on the big stage, no matter where it is, kind of what sport, but the term or the phrase, the moment can be too big, or you hear, talented freshmen with solid mental structure say the moment is not too big for said person. So that's a great point. I actually do remember my first ITC, and I was new to college bowling. I was not a freshman academically, but I was a freshman on the team. So, but first year ITC, and it was nerve-wracking.
Yeah, luckily for mine, we were in Wichita.
Oh, okay,
so
that helped.
It was a little helpful. Even though it was in Wichita, though, we had to stay at a hotel, which is pretty interesting. It's all the teams stay at the same host hotel, and so we didn't get the comfort of our bed or our daily routine. We had to go and stay there. So it still felt like we were at the ITCs, but it was a little bit more homey for sure. So I was nervous, but I also had upperclassmen that guided me in the right direction of just thinking, play your best today. I was often the one hole, so we kind of joked that it didn't matter what I did as long as I got our team lined up. If I bigged forward in the first, it was fine. We knew we had to move 3 left, but that made me feel a little bit more at ease for sure.
That's hilarious.
We always joked about it. I mean, it's true. We always had the goal of kind of like the 3 through 5 hole striking, and my job as the 1 hole would be to step up, throw a good shot. Okay, did I hit my target? Did I throw at the right speed? Yeah. Okay, I bigged forward. Let's say Holly Ann's the 2 hole. Her job is to go up, and we said, all right, it's probably 3 and 1 left. She'd go up, move the 3 and 1, 4 pin. All right, guys, now we know it's 4 and 2. The back 3 people move 4 and 2, and we have the back 3. So now we've gone open, spare, 3-bagger, which isn't it that bad. And it's just kind of my job as a 1 hole to get that set up. So I didn't really care for big board. It's fine.
William Penn, I think they've taken probably as much time as they need at this point to kind of figure things out for next game. Because struggling while making their spares, certainly, they have yet to strike this game.
I'm kind of having a proud coach moment right now. Because my girls who've never been to ITCs just went and swept St. Francis. And St. Francis is a really good team.
Absolutely.
They're a really good team. So I am extremely proud of these young ladies, and I'm sure that they're excited they're going to get to sleep in the morning. I know that was their goal. So they don't like to wake up early. So I'm sure that they are really excited.
Congrats to Indiana Tech. How about that? Oh, I talked about them a little bit earlier as Wichita State shoots 189. And that will even up the match with William Penn at 2 games apiece. I talked about them early and just where the program has come. Of course, 4 years ago, they were involved in a terrible bus accident on the way to sectionals. Thankfully, no one was severely hurt in that crash, and then to kind of come up here, or I should say be in this moment and win their first match ever, first match play match ever in their program history and get it done. Sydney's actually getting a little emotional. I can see it. She's getting a little emotional, but very impressive. Very impressive stuff from the young crowd there, the young group, and looking forward to seeing them.
They aren't always very happy with me at practice. I push them, and it's not in a bad way, right? But I'll pit them against the boys. And one time I made the girls shoot their split, but I didn't make the boys. And they had to have 17 clean frames in a row. Well, their teammate steps up and makes the split. And the boys obviously don't, because I don't make them shoot it. The girls were so mad at me. But I told them, I said, guys, sometimes we don't get to pick and choose if we're happy or not, right? These moments, like they're lane breaking down. Beginning of today,
early,
right?
yeah.
Yeah,
before practice,
adversity.
or during practice.
Exactly, yeah. Like we have to love adversity. We have to be okay with things not always going perfectly and not how we want. And I think that happened to them a little bit today with nerves. I think that happened to them a little bit with their lane not working at first. And I'm just really grateful that they're getting this experience. I think they deserve it. So very proud of them. Looks like Duquesne is up about 22. I was a health major, not very good at math.
But you are correct.
Nailed it.
You are correct at the moment.
I have a calculator in my bag for the PWBA stuff, so we can't use our phone.
Hey, I'm not mad at you.
Like legit, one of those little keychain ones that you put on your bag. That's me.
What color is it?
It's black.
Okay.
I like black glitter. Those are my favorite colors. So.
Black glitter seems like an oxymoron.
It does, but you can be kind of behind the scenes and shine at the same time.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh,
Spicy answer.
you should have helped some folks with some chants last night at the
Oh,
ITC
Lord.
banquet. That would have been money right there. That would have won.
I love the chants at the banquet. I think they're so unique and fun because we don't really hear them during the week. They come up with something
Sure.
different. They're also silly. You get to see the personality of the teams.
And sometimes you have no idea what they're talking about.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is what happened to me last night for a couple.
I mean, my senior year, we apologized for leaving Coach L.
Now that was classic stuff, which was a true story.
Yeah, we left him. I legit thought he was already at the bowling center. Because at the Hoosier, the boys bowl in the morning, so I thought he went to go watch the boys. And they were like, are we all here? And me and Holly were the team leaders. We said, yep, all here. And we leave Coach L.
That's fantastic.
We leave him.
Still
So
funny. Even better now that you just retold it.
we ran around the building for a while until our block started. He wasn't exactly happy.
Duquesne opened in the 7th, but they do strike in the 8th, but that has opened the door for Lindenwood. To kind of sneak back in this thing here as LU is trying to close it out, up 3-1. Trying to get some, I'll take a look at the chat. I want to thank again Brant Houghton for his diligence and posting some scores in the chat. We do appreciate everything, folks, and thank you for, letting us know as we try to do what we can. We got more lanes, but sometimes we need more hands on deck.
I'm excited. One of my guys on my men's team just brought me some banana bread.
How about that?
Man, I'm excited.
All right, so Duquesne follows follows the open in the 7th with a double, and that is the best way to follow up an open in a Baker situation. Meanwhile, Lindenwood has thrown some really good shots, and this right lane specifically, Serenity had a chance to win a game or to double to potentially win a game on that right lane, and she left a 4-pin. Mina has left a 4-pin on the right lane, so kind of wondering, is it 2-1, 2-1, 3-2 type of move? I'm sorry.
Emil's trying to take
I almost
me out.
took Sydney Brummett out. 7 days before the PWBA starts, my bad.
No, that's okay.
Oh, my.
See, I'm watching, and I just saw that 10-pin, and then I'm
See it
seeing the
move backwards?
4-pin, right? For me, if I'm them, I'm going to look at, do we carry when we go light? Right? There are places like the National Bowling Stadium in Reno.
Okay.
Certain parts of that building, if you go flush, your carry's not that great. You're probably going to wrap 10. You're seeing that vicious 8-pin from Duquesne.
I don't like 8 pins, man.
They hurt. They hurt the heart. But you have to pay attention to, is our carry better when we go light? So you get lined up and then you maybe move another 1 or 1.5, 2 to make sure that you're coming in light more often to watch the pins fly around a little bit more. So I'm wondering if the topography on lane 28 near the end of the lane has something to do with that.
That's a good point, interesting point, and something, folks, if you're listening to Sydney, kind of take note. Some of the things that you may see when you're out bowling an event, maybe bowling league, whatever it is, even practice for that matter, something to just kind of keep your eyes on and to almost begin to train yourself to watch for those little intricacies that, really are the difference in, very minimal degrees of you carrying that 10-pin or not.
Absolutely.
Which is, how many, if you don't carry a couple, well, that's 22 a game right there.
That was my whole PWBA season last year, so I completely understand that. There was a lot of watching how my ball went through the pins, making sure that I had the correct ball motion. I threw 14 pounds last season, so I had to be really conscious of what my ball motion looked like. I'm sure some of these women in college bowling are throwing 14 pounds as well. So you have to really, really pay attention to that and know if my ball is going through the 9-pin, I probably need to slow down or go to something a little quicker to get my ball to go through the pins the right way. If your ball is going through the 8-pin, knowing that you might 4-9 soon. Those kind of things. It's the little pieces at this level that matter.
Quintero still in that anchor role for Lindenwood. This game over, however, Duquesne gets another victory, so they now trail 3-2. We'll head to game number 6 here on 27 and 28. Now back over to William Penn and Wichita State. William Penn on 29, as you can see with the 1-2.
One thing that Wichita State tries to do just in general is have a lot of fun. So whether that's some crazy cheers, I'm sure you just saw Sierra Shoshoka spin around a couple times. I don't know how her ball went through the pins, but she was pretty excited about it. And they just want to make their team kind of laugh and have a good time, because the program at Wichita State firmly believes that if you're having fun, you're going to bowl good, right? Not the opposite. So chicken before the egg kind of thing. So I'm sure they're just trying to have a good time right now and hope the pins fall in their favor.
Right now, folks, an opportunity to win some free items courtesy of BowlTV.com. A giveaway has begun, and it has been started by the giveaway guru himself, Brent Howden, our maestro here. All you have to do, for those of you who know what we do now at this point and how we give away items, for those of you who may be joining us for the first time, simply put, you see the notification. There will be an opportunity for you to click submit entry to be eligible, and that's all you have to do. So when the time comes, click submit entry, and you will be eligible to win a free t-shirt.
Had Addie Herzberg with Wichita State make a pretty tough spare conversion, it looked like, down there to keep that match close. Six pins to the advantage of Wichita State heading into the 9th frame.
Janik. That didn't look or sound good. Through the nose, 4-6-7. Or excuse me, 4-6-10, I beg your pardon. Pivotal moment here in this match. We're all tied at 2. After William Penn drops a spare in the 9th. Meanwhile, Duquesne and LU offered running in game number 6. Big shout out to Monty Cross for winning a Bowl TV t-shirt. Congratulations. Don't forget, folks, our grand prize will be given away tomorrow, an Amazon Fire Stick. An Amazon Fire Stick will be given away. That's right. Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
I get in on this contest? I'm a broke college graduate.
Amazon Fire Stick for one lucky individual tomorrow on Bowl TV. So be on the lookout for that. Meanwhile, William Penn let one go out the window. And who has been a very steady anchor player, Bailey Palmer. She makes the spare, which is so important. Here's why. They lead by 3 pins at the moment. Wichita State, after that make, now must double to win this game and go up 3 games to 2.
I think it's like I said before, Sierra Kanemoto has a lot of experience in this position, and I bet she's just relying on that right now. Looks like she likes it. She
First
got 'em
one,
all.
the light hit carries. We just talked about light mixers.
Sometimes in buildings it plays.
That's true.
Or-
I can't attest to that.
Yeah, if you go light, there's no chance. So it's kind of the tendency of each center individually.
The Lindenwood men and William Patterson men are in a battle. And that one is not in our camera views. We'll try to update you as best as possible as Morant continues to do so. Women's updates for you. McKendree up 3 games to 2 over Delaware State. That is a 116 matchup. Kanemoto, oh my.
Oh, wow.
Sierra crosses over. And that'll do it for this game. So William Penn with 174. It looked like there could have been the potential for trouble. As Palmer's shot went wide right, she made the spare and does enough to get the job done. And William Penn now 1 game away from advancing on in the winner's bracket. Again, this is a double elimination format, best of 7 here at the ITCs. All right, Sid, you've been there before. You're facing elimination. What's the mindset? What are you doing?
It's kind of interesting because I'm looking down there and I see a couple people having fun, but I see a lot of people's eyes up on the scoreboard. And watching scores in bowling, in reality, doesn't super help you, right? Because each frame is bowled on its own. So we can get that max score for that frame. If you strike, it's it. If you leave a 10 pin and spare it, that's it. And it's behind you once you step up to the next one. So looking at the score in reality isn't really helpful. So if I'm on Wichita State's team right now, I'd be like, guys, let's not pay attention to the score. Let's just bowl each frame individually, see how good we can throw it each frame, see what our results will look like. And you just hope that when you look up at the end of the game, your total score is larger than their total score for that game, because there's not much else you can do. You can't control what happens beyond your approach, basically.
174 to 172, the official Game 5 score. And now William Penn again up 3 games to 2. Lindenwood also up 3 games to 2 and trying to close out round 1 with a victory after going 6 spare, 9 spare, 8 spare, now a double in frames 4 and 5. Meanwhile, Duquesne struggling. Strike, 7-2, split, 7 spare, split.
It's what I saw a lot of this morning, where teams would strike, but if they didn't strike, they were getting less than 8.
Look updates on LU, but go ahead, finish that thought.
Oh, no, we were good.
Okay.
That was it.
William Patterson has left some type of split. It's a 4-7 something or a 4 blank something 7. And at this moment, they're going to have to make it, whatever it is.
To stay alive or to win that game?
I'm not sure of the game score, but at the most to win the game, and the way it sounds, actually to win the match. Lindenwood needs this to stave off elimination. Or I'm sorry, not elimination, not yet. To continue on in round number 1 in the winner's bracket. These are all round 1 matches, folks, so I don't want to confuse you. No one's getting eliminated yet. Oh, my.
Did he make it?
He did make it.
Oh, my Lord.
He did make it.
That's
But
impressive.
if Stubblefield didn't strike before that for Lindenwood, that spare would have won them the match.
I mean, stick that one in your back pocket, though, with some brownie points.
That was Andrew Dukowski.
That's got to earn like a skookie at dinner or something from Coach. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. You're right. That's the confidence. You want to just put it in the pocket.
Yeah.
I will say this, however, we'll get back to bowling in front of us. All week long I've said the pins tend to bounce in this building. And so if it comes down to a split needing to be made, I think any split is possible this week.
I would agree with that. I saw that a lot during singles. There were a lot of 7-10s and a lot of almost 7-10 makes. So you're right. Anything is possible this week.
All right, so William Penn has started off with front 3 and now a single pin to take care of, a 10 pin specifically. The William Penn roster, by the way, Kayla Gifford, Kaylee Gherkin, Nicole Kraft, Amber Oval, and Bailey Palmer. And they have given Wichita State certainly all they can handle here in this first round match. Meanwhile, Lindenwood, the defending ITC champions, looking to close out again their round 1 matchup as Duquesne, which features Allison Resco, Lauren Mayberry, Cassidy Powers, Megan Cook, and Olivia Farwell, who also competed this week in the Intercollegiate Singles Championships.
It looks like Coach L made a lineup change as well for Wichita State, putting Madison Janik in the 3-hole. I'm not sure who that means he put in the 4, but I'm sure that, like we were talking about earlier, he's trying to set up more strikes in a row. So, assuming that he moved him around for that potential.
So Lindenwood will advance onto the winner's bracket. Duquesne is going to fall into the elimination bracket, the contenders bracket. But for them, they will get the opportunity to kind of relax a little bit for the rest of the day, perhaps grab a nice dinner, get a little rest, and then they'll be back here, of course, bright and early. But they will live to see another day, and they will have the opportunity to still compete, obviously, for a national championship. The road will be long, but it can be done, and it happens all the time.
Absolutely. I'm thinking back. I bowled my first PWBA Queens as a member this past summer, and didn't bowl that great during qualifying. First round, I bowled one of my former collegiate peers that went to Weber, and I was up 60, I believe, going to third game. She shoots 279, and I lose the match, which puts me into the elimination bracket in match 1 at the Queens. And then I won the next, I think it was 7 matches to bowl in the round of 4 to make the show. So anything is possible, right? I always say there's an elimination bracket for a reason. It's chance, it's hope. All people need is a little hope, and they'll perform better. So sometimes it can be an advantage to be in that elimination bracket.
For sure.
Right? You get to bowl a lot more games than those.
You can develop a rhythm. The confidence obviously continues to grow with every match won, with every game won. And, next thing you know, it's round 7 and one more match and you're on television.
Yes.
So LU I'll give them their props. One, because they've earned it all season, really. And two, because that is my alma mater. But coming out and, like we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, mentally, there's a lot to try not to think about. You try not to think about defending the title because you don't want to add unnecessary pressure.
Yeah.
They've come out and performed well here.
For sure. Like, oftentimes we hear interviews of really great athletes, and interviewers will ask them, what were you thinking about today? And they'll be like, oh, I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about anything.
Right.
Right? And those are those we call it being in the zone. Right? We hear that terminology a lot. And that's what these teams are trying to do. And it's even harder to be in that moment with 8 humans, right? To get 8 human brains to be on the same page. So it's really interesting to watch when that happens for teams because it seems like they're kind of in their own world. And it's really, really cool to watch.
That's a really excellent way to describe that. To get 8 human, all different minds, to perform admirably together in sync.
I know. At Wichita State, we take a brain typing test, the Myers-Briggs type test. And my sophomore year, the year we made the TV show to bowl against Weber, the interesting piece is that we had 9 total girls on our team with 9 different Myers-Briggs brain types.
Wow.
So to understand why someone else was angry, to understand why someone else was motivated, was extremely important for us to bowl well as a team. And we invested probably the whole first semester in getting to know how each other ticked. And I think that was the reason that we ended up bowling so well throughout the year. I believe we led every tournament that season, and I think it was a product of knowing each other so well. Because Holly Ann knew if I missed a 10-pin that I did not want to be told it was okay. I did not want to be told shake it off, right? I wanted to be left alone for a minute and then focus on the next shot. But other people needed that kind of love.
Sure.
So it was nice that we knew each other so incredibly well.
That's the lengths that programs do go to make sure that their athletes are kind of provided with everything you need. That is such an important situation, and I feel like you really hear about those kind of things at maybe at the professional level, for example. So that is exceptional. I'm not shocked, no pun intended, that Wichita State would certainly go to those lengths, and that's a program obviously with that type of stature. They don't develop that overnight.
Absolutely. I mean, the interesting part about Wichita State that I learned over my 4 years, I had this preconceived notion that they were just kind of like a machine that created good athletes.
Right.
In reality, none of my years were the same in, like, for lack of a better term, curriculum. So I don't even know if this year they focus on brain types. The coaches might not have thought that was important. So it kind of depends on each year for them.
Big shot here for Herzberg. That was a must strike. It looks to be, and it is, a Greek church. And Wichita State, unless this one is spared, even if it's not, if we give her the count, maybe looking at 193. William Penn has clinched a first-round victory.
That's just impressive in my brain. Those first rounds are so important for the confidence of especially younger teams, right? William Penn is coming to their own, and I think that's really important for them to have that first-round win. I think it'll catapult them into feeling confident the rest of the tournament. And like we've said earlier on, now Wichita State gets to go back to the hotel, have a good dinner, and they get to discuss what they need to do better tomorrow. And maybe their 4 freshmen, which I believe all but one were bowling in the lineup just now. So they can go back to the hotel. They can talk about, what did I not do well today as a teammate? What did I not do well as a bowler? And how can I be better tomorrow and come up with just a brand new game plan?
want to give all the credit, honestly, and deservingly so, to William Penn.
Absolutely.
They were phenomenal.
Yeah, they bowled incredible
in this match, and specifically, and while the entire team certainly bowled well, I do want to give extra praise to Bailey Palmer. Came through time and time again in the 10th frame, which we all know this is what the event is about. We talked about being able to fill every part in the lineup, but when it gets down to it and you need a shot, that anchor player, that's why they're there.
Yes, and I'm sure that Bailey, I've kind of heard and spoken to her a few times, and she sometimes can be a little anxious in those moments, but, you know, if you accept that anxiousness and you say, you know, I'm anxious right now, but hey, like I want this, right? I want to be in this moment. I want to throw these shots. I don't want to shy away from them. Then you're so much more likely to bowl great. And I feel like Bailey has done just that today. She and her whole team bowled absolutely phenomenal. Huge shout out to William Penn for that win.
So winners in the women's bracket right now, Indiana Tech swept St. Francis 4-0. They will move on and face Lindenwood. What a matchup that's going to be coming up next. And that match will be on 35 and 36. We will not have commentary, but it will be available on our live stream on bowltv.com. So you'll want to click on channels lanes 35 through 38 for that one. That honestly could be the winner of that match could make a run to a TV show.
Absolutely.
Honestly.
I was telling the girls at Indiana Tech, they had a great run at NAIAs, and they had never really done that before. They had led the field the year before, went 0-2 in match play. This year, they went undefeated. SCAD had to beat them twice on the show at NAIAs. And I told them, I said, girls, this was such a great opportunity to get ready for the ITCs that you were so excited about, right? You got so much match play experience over the last couple of days. And it seems like the girls are really starting to become confident in themselves, focus on themselves, just have a good time. So I'm sure that it'll be a great match against Lindenwood, who is a veteran in the ITCs. And it's interesting, Indiana Tech's head coach Tom Osborne last night was sitting there during the banquet and talking about how he heard how many times some of these teams have been to the ITCs and just how blessed Indiana Tech is as a program to have their first. So I think that these girls will be really excited to bowl a veteran team and really see if they can keep up with them. That's
a great perspective right there from the coach. Really taking it in, essentially, in that regard, and being thankful for the opportunity that his squad has certainly earned throughout the season. One more note about that upcoming matchup, Indiana Tech and Lindenwood. We talked about the veteran team for LU. Obviously, young team for Indiana Tech. Literally a comparison of the contrast. LU has, I believe it was 6 seniors, and including 1 graduate student on the roster. As opposed to no seniors, right? Indiana
we have no
Tech?
Seniors. I'm trying to look at them right now. I believe we have 2 juniors, 3 sophomores, and 2 freshmen right now, if I'm correct. I missed a sophomore. So
couple juniors, right? Couple juniors, 5 sophomores, and a freshman. And the Lindenwood, 6. 5 seniors and a graduate student.
And I know I'm a little biased because of coaching Indiana Tech, but I think that one person that we have to really watch out for over the next few years is Kayla Bivens. She has played a pivotal role in their matches. She's constantly hitting the pocket, always asking me questions, how to be better at practice, and she's really coming into her own. And so I think that over the next few years we need to kind of watch out for her in the All-American race and Player of the Year race, because I think that she is going to bring a lot to her team and that she's going to grow a lot as a player over the next few years.
All right, match officially in the books. Wichita State shoots 163. They will regroup as we talked about. And for right now, that will do it for all of the coverage on this particular channel, lanes 27 through 30. Again, coming up next on this pair, we will have the winners, which the 116 has gone to 7 games, McKendree and Delaware State. The winner of that match will move on to 27 and 28. Well, they will face the winner of Pikeville and Maryland Eastern Shore.
That's just a stacked little quad, honestly. Like,
Hey, you're 100% right. I mean,
all of those teams could win the title. I mean, all of these teams have a really great chance at winning, but those four are they're powerhouse schools. So it's like we talked about earlier, it's so interesting to see how the bracket plays out and who has to bowl who when.
and the last two I just talked about, Pikeville and Maryland Eastern Shore, that match also in Game 7.
Wow.
As well. Some amazing matches. On the men's side, Weber has advanced, defeating Emmanuel. Scat Savannah was up 3 games to 2. Talked about McKendree on the women's side. St. Ambrose was leading Robert Morris, Illinois. Weber has defeated UAB on the women's side, so we know one additional advancer.
Interesting one is that the Wichita State men and Grand Canyon match is at 3.5, 3.5.
That's a 1 versus 16 as well.
That's so interesting. I love ties. That's a fun fact about me. I think they're so cool.
Well, we'll be sure to not get you around to Neil when it's PWBA time.
I know, but I am seeing some Wichita State players put balls away. So I would go out on a limb and say Grand Canyon won that match. That means we had a 16 seed defeat a number 1 seed.
And I don't know how many times that's happened. I feel it has happened before. It's not as prevalent perhaps, or I should say it wasn't as historic or non-existent like NCAA men's basketball, for example, what happened for the first time last year. But I feel like in my time in the last few years just being around, that has happened. It's still rare, but it happens.
Absolutely. Anything can happen in these matches. You know, it's on one pair, so if your team sets up the lanes in a way that benefits you, then you have a really good chance. Really good chance, because in the 24 games of qualifying, you're covering so many lanes, you didn't get to set really anything up for yourselves, but you're bowling 7 games on the same pair. So you can really establish where you want to play and kind of stick to your game plan. Even if it's a little wrong, if you're playing the same part of the lane and developing that for yourselves, it's going to be beneficial to you. So I would imagine that that's what happened in that match, which is awesome. Shout out to Grand Canyon.
We'll see if it's official, if it comes up on our in-venue monitor. Wisconsin Whitewater got a win over William Penn on the men's side. Against Stephen F. Austin, defeated Mount Mercy. They swept them. They are riding high as well. 2019 NCAA women's basketball, women's bowling champions. So no game scores right now on our incident monitor means that they are being updated as we speak. So we will hang tight a little bit. Also wanted to say the next match, of course, we talked about 27 and 28 on 29 and 30. Excuse me. 29 and 30 will feature Weber and Stephen F. Austin. So that'll be next on this channel. McKendree, well, you can see McKendree from here. And, boy, that looks pretty close down there, especially based on the reaction.
Lauren Pate looked pretty pumped. She was my teammate on Junior Team USA, and I'm hoping she comes out to bowl on tour. She looked pretty excited there, so I'm interested to see what's going on down there.
Some very early surprises, to say the least, here at ITCs, and it's not something you should not expect, or I should say it's something you should expect every year at this event. There are no guarantees. As quickly as you can earn a high seed, it's as quickly as you can, unfortunately, for some today, will be going home, but not eliminated, which is important. So we'll keep it here, folks. Sid, what do you have? What's your plan for round 2?
I have no plans.
Are you going to try to, assist your squad?
I don't really think they need help.
Okay.
And that's the big thing. When I came into the program, my intention was to not really be super involved this year. I wanted to just kind of observe, see what was going on. And then we had a practice, I think it was 2 practices in a row, where both of their coaches had either doctor's appointment, like something happened, right? Weird freak thing. And the coach that was left. So had to run practice. And honestly, it was my first 2 practices, so I didn't know what their normal practices looked like. So I said, well, here's what we're going to do. And they loved it. It was a little bit, I like games. So we played a lot of games, and they were very competitive, still very focused, but it got them into the nature of, I got to make shots right now. So they still have 2 coaches down there with them and another set of eyes behind them to help them out. So in reality, I don't really think they need a lot of help. I think that they're so capable on their own.
Okay. So you're saying that you might hang around for round 2?
I can if the people listening aren't annoyed with me.
Okay, well, we'll leave it up to the people. We'll let the people decide. We will let the people decide.
It's a democracy here in the United States.
Yep. Folks in the chat, if you've been watching us here on 2730 through our channel, if you would like Sydney Brummett, if you enjoyed her expertise and what she has brought to the broadcast today, please let her know in the chat. Let us know in the chat, and that will give her the confidence to go ahead and say she's going to stay for round 2.
So it is official that Grand Canyon did beat Wichita State 4.5 to 3.5. So the 16th seed did defeat the number 1 seed.
So an upset here at the ITC East. The number 1 seed Wichita State Shockers go down in round 1. The difference is, unlike NCAA men's basketball, the Shockers can come back in the morning and still get the job done.
RIT, a 14 seed, also beat Notre Dame on the men's side, a number 3 seed.
RIT is moving on the men's side. Thank you, Sid. RIT is always a program that they can sneak up on you.
Yeah, and I actually didn't know that Laura Branch, that I believe former member of Junior Team USA, bowls for their men's team. That's so cool.
Yeah. Yes.
That's awesome. I'm sure that she's getting a lot of experience.
I saw that, yeah.
Bowling with the men's side and being so competitive. Good for her. That's amazing.
Arguably the best match in the building right now is Lindenwood and William Patterson on the men's side. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to do something here. Hold on a second. Sid, you take over for a couple seconds.
Okay. So it looks like Emil's going to go on a mission. See if he can set something up for us. But the interesting piece right now is we have William Patterson, which has now gone 8-spare, 9-spare, 9-spare, 4-bagger. So they're now going into the 8th frame, where Lindenwood went 8-spare, 9-spare, double, and a split of some sort of an 8-count miss. So that match is extremely close. And that match is at 3-3. And William Patterson is really stepping up right now. They now have 5 in a row heading into the 9th and 10th frame. And that's going to force Lindenwood to basically match them and hope for a break of some sort. match William Patterson. So it looks like William Patterson can max out at 247. And Lindenwood can only get to 222. So Lindenwood's really going to need for William Patterson to give them a break here in the 10th. And they're going to need them all in the 9th and 10th. In an interesting turn of events, Lindenwood did have a 4-pin that was unfortunately missed in the 8th frame, now making their max score 210. So William Patterson just needs to step up and stay behind the foul line pretty much. That means that William Patterson has defeated Lindenwood in round 1, sending Lindenwood, a powerhouse of a program, into the elimination bracket really early on. So it looks like we only have one match left in the building with the Lawrence Tech match and the SCAD Savannah match. Unfortunately, I don't have a great view of the score. However, from their body language, I can tell that it's really close.
Well, the excitement looks to be somewhat over as Lindenwood gave it a run. After being down early 3-1, they will fall to William Patterson. And what was intense, every time we got into like a serious thought, we were like interrupted by all of their intensity. And that's the ITC that I know, 100%. Same situation, however, things not over for LU. But sometimes early defeats, it can go one or two ways. You can kind of take it, enjoy it, take it for what it is, learn from it. And you can even do that and still come in tomorrow and lose.
Absolutely. It's all about what you do, when you go back to the hotel tonight. It's what kind of plan do you make? Is your team stressed out? What does that look like? So coming up with a new game plan is absolutely essential, and acknowledging what happened today. It's not about ignoring that you lost. It's still important because you can gain a lot of information. So it's really valid that you pay attention to that you lost and you learn from it. A lot of people say you either win or you learn. Benji from Mexico goes for SCAD, stepping up and getting a strike in the 9th frame, it looks like.
Yeah,
to
so
keep that match close.
SCAD and
Lawrence Tech, I
Lawrence
believe.
Tech. There's my guy, Joseph. The lone senior, if I'm not mistaken, on that Lawrence Tech squad. Who just exclaimed, I don't know if he struck. I don't know what he just picked up. I'm not sure. I do know that he's a great individual. I met him last night before the banquet. And at the Hoosier and at sectionals, they put him in to have the final shot. And each time I said, there's my guy. He's in.
I had actually never really seen Lawrence Tech bowl before, but Indiana Tech and them are both in the WAC conference, so I got to see them pretty early on at their WAC championships, and man, they're a tough team. They're one that, in my eyes, have kind of come out of nowhere in a way, and have really made a statement that we're here to play and we could potentially win a national championship this week.
Here's Chase Kaufman. And he's going to be the next great announcer and broadcaster in the world.
Is he a communications major?
He is.
Impressive.
All right, so SCAD, as you can somewhat see, arms around one another. Kaufman's shot did not seem good. It seemed like either a washout or a split. This looks to be Alex Glinsky, if I'm not mistaken. Last year's Rookie of the Year. 4-pin. And his reaction, as well as the team's, says that maybe a double was necessary. Let's see. We're only speculating because we can't see the score from here. And Kaufman almost made that. Almost got some help from the pins. All right, here's Glinsky. This is the only match still remaining from round one here.
So we just got informed that that strike right there means that Lawrence Tech has won in the first round match play, defeating SCAD. And just an interesting thing that happened, they had a bet with their coach that if they made it to nationals, he would grow out his hair, shave it into a mohawk, and then dye it blue. So if you see that blue mohawk walking around in front of the cameras, it's definitely the LTU coach losing his bet to his players. Well, I'm sure he hoped he won the bet, however.
I met him last night, and I had seen him before, and I did see the blue. It caught me off guard. But, you know, it's ITC banquet. Kind of, you know, teams do lots of cool and crazy things. As Chad Stephen finishes things out here for Lawrence Tech. So the next round will be an all-winners round. So teams who won their first round matches will move on. Here's a look at Ben Canfield. He has guided Grand Canyon University, and I believe he once was a player at Arizona State a few years back. I think he bowled with Jake. I want to say he bowled with Jacob Butcher.
I think so, because I think that I might have had a year with Jacob. So I think that would be very true. I might be losing it, not running on very much sleep, but I believe that that's true.
No, I think you're right. I remember seeing Jacob Butcher at Arizona State, 100%. All right, folks. So we'll have a 10-minute brief delay. Here's some good crowd shots of what's happening here inside the venue. It is being cleared out ever so slightly as teams who unfortunately did take an L, putting their equipment away and handling their business in that manner. So we'll give a 10-minute break as well. I want to thank Sydney Brummett. And Chris Pulliam, you are 100% right. Although I knew this a little bit because we did have Sid on a couple times during the PWBA season. But, yeah, if she's only going to be a regular unless she's not bowling. And I think she's going to be bowling a lot.
Hopefully I'm never in the booth.
In key moments. So that won't be a potential possibility. But
oh, you mean here. I would love to be helping you guys out here, but on tour, I hope I'm never in the booth.
Yeah, well, Chris said, hey, you should have her on more on tour.
Oh, well, thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
That's quite the compliment.
And I do agree, barring, of course, you should be where you're supposed to be, which is on the lanes.
Yes, hopefully that happens a lot this year.
All right, folks, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with our round 2 matches. So hang tight, and we'll be back in a moment. You're watching the Intercollegiate Team Championships live here on Bowl TV.
please check your accessory bag to make sure it is yours? Apparently there have been a couple that have been taken by mistake. Black Storm one in particular, Black Storm accessory bag. Please just double check to make sure you have yours and not someone else's. Coaches, for round 2, you have about 5 minutes until practice begins. 5 minutes until practice begins.
Also, coaches, if you would like to pick up your programs for your team, we do have those at the front counter. The team programs for each of the bowlers on the team, we do have those at the front desk, so come by and pick them up if you would like to go ahead and do so now. We would ask that all teams pick them up today before they leave. Thank you. International McKendree. Lanes 15 and 16, Grand Canyon, Wisconsin Whitewater. In the women's division, lane 27 and 28, McKendree Pikeville. 29 and 30, Weber International Stephen F. Austin. 35 and 36, Indiana Tech Lindenwood. 37 and 38, William Penn Robert Morris. Spectators and guests, welcome back to round 2 of double elimination match play. All matches will be 4 out of 7 Baker match play with ties counting as half a point. Teams altering the surface of the bowling ball by the use of abrasives, cleaners, or polish is prohibited during competition, including the warm-up session. In addition, bowlers may not pat finger or thumb holes of the ball with rosin. Remember that if any equipment requires alteration, you must notify tournament staff for approval prior to having it done. Athletes, your lanes will now be coming on for 15 minutes of practice. You will have 7.5 minutes on your starting lane, and then 7.5 minutes on the other lane of your pair. At the end of practice, the higher seeded team will have lane choice. Teams, your lanes are now on for your practice session. Teams, please switch lanes for the remaining 7.5 minutes of practice. USBC Collegiate Program would like to thank the following groups for their support of the Intercollegiate Team Championships. The Youth Education Services Program. The YES program is an initiative dedicated to the development of youth bowling. Our future is now, and the partnerships already created have united the bowling industry in a single cause, the betterment of youth bowling. And Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships and Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these collegiate teams a big send-off as they begin round 2 of double elimination match play. Teams, your lanes are on for competition. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, folks, welcome back to BowlTV.com. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Big thanks to Sydney Brummett, who provided some excellent insight into what ITCs is all about. She is now following certainly her new team at Indiana Tech. Again, a second-round matchup versus defending champion Lindenwood. That match is being live-streamed. It is on our channel 35 through 38. We got some good matches all across the board. These are winners' matches. And certainly want to take the opportunity to thank personally, I've already done that, and I've done it on the air, but now he can reciprocate and say thanks for all of the thanks. Brand Houghton joining us here on BowlTV.com, stepping away momentarily from his magician maestro type duties and serving as a bit of a producer as well. So, sir, this is your first ITC experience. I told you match play was going to be completely different than what qualifying was like. Is that true?
Well, Emil, first off, I appreciate the thanks. It's been fun all day today. On the topic of the first ITCs, though, they got the fans cranked up all day. It was colder earlier this morning. It's the second round of match play now. The heat's all turned all the way up, I would say.
The heat is on.
Yeah, it's a fast pace. The yells you can hear from all the way to the other end of the center. There's really nothing like it. I fell in love with sectionals back calling the Dallas section, and ITC's really turned it up a notch right now. This is exciting. It's fast paced. It's electric.
Our featured matches here on lanes 27 through 30. The number 1 seed, the McKendree Lady Bearcats. They are taking on Pikeville. This is a very interesting matchup, a very good matchup. In the respective organizations, McKendree was the number 2 seed in the NCAA tournament. Of course, they qualified here and earned a spot. For NCAAs, they are seeded, so you go into the event as a seed. So they were the number 2 seed, for example. Vanderbilt was the number 1 seed. Here, they earned the number 1 seed via qualifying. Pikeville was either number 1 or number 2 in the collegebowling.com power rankings all year long. So this is a matchup, one that you kind of hate to see a little bit in the second round, but one that we certainly should enjoy.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Emil, some really great matchups all throughout the concourse right now. I'm excited. It's very close already, going into the 7th frame of the first game. McKendree coming off that 7-game match in round 1. See if they can continue the show that they put on earlier today. Really all day today, qualifying as well.
Try to update your brackets at home if you have not already. Again, these are all winners bracket matches across both men and women's competition. Over on 29 and 30, Weber is taking on Stephen F. Austin, and of course the reigning, just last week, claiming the 2019 NCAA Women's Bowling Championship. So some really interesting matches here in our featured pairs. It includes champions at every level. Speaking of NCAA, USBC Collegiate, McKendree has won both titles. SFA is trying to do the same thing by winning the NCAA title last week and trying to claim an ITC title here this week in Dayton.
You know, they're coming off, they swept the first round, have a little bit of momentum, you would think, coming into the second round of this bracket. Of course, doesn't get any more momentous than coming off an NCAA victory.
I would agree. They almost went for the triple. If Sarah Gill could have made her way to the finals of the Intercollegiate Singles Championships, as she was participating in a competition earlier in the week. McKendree defeated Delaware State, but it took 7 games to do it. And battle of a couple of NCAA schools. So MCK is here. Again, Pikeville defeated Maryland and Eastern Shore also. I believe that went 7 games as well. So already 2 teams battle-tested in round number 1 and facing one another here in the second round of competition as Taylor Bailey 10-pin in the A. Late advantage as we are now in the 8th. Pikeville set to step up in the 9th.
You know, Emil, you just mentioned the Game 7 victories. How much does that adrenaline rush play into going into this second round? Are you trying to play off that? Or are you trying to take a deep breath and advance on and focus on the moment?
Absolutely. Deep breath and focusing on the moment at hand because, you know, each match has its own emotional ties to it. You know, each match is its own emotional roller coaster. So, you know, I haven't gone to any Six Flags in a long time, but, you know, you got your Supermans and your Mr. Freezes and your American Eagles and your Batmans. Each match is basically a roller coaster. And you just basically, it's a different one each time. And so if you like roller coasters, that's certainly your thing. And if not, then you better learn how to breathe properly because the moment can eat you up.
Yes, it can. I like that analogy a lot. We saw a few of these teams in the first round get out to some big leads. Or on the men's side, Wichita State men getting out to an early 3.5 to half-game lead over Grand Canyon, only for them to come all the way back. So as you said, roller coaster indeed.
Yeah, if you're just joining us on the men's side, Wichita State earned the top seed through qualifying. They won the Crystal Pin, and then unfortunately, as Brant just described, Grand Canyon down 3.5 to a half game, comes back to win the match. They did not eliminate Wichita State. Very important to keep that in mind. They did not eliminate Wichita State because this is a double elimination event. So Wichita State will have the rest of the night off, however. And, you know, a good opportunity, as we talked about with Sydney. If you did lose a match, you can go home or go back to the hotel, relax, get yourself a nice dinner, exhale. If you need to, you know, think about the game plan and whatnot, you can do that and in a calm manner, if you will. Obviously, you give yourself a few minutes to you know, remove what you're feeling at the moment. Certainly, and any competitor, right, is feeling like, well, you know, WTH, if you will. So you give yourself a few moments, and then, you know, eating. I think someone asked me that earlier in the year. Aaron Smith and I were at an event, and he asked me a very similar question: How did you handle a loss or defeat or whatever? And listen, you spew about it for a little bit. You're upset. You go to lunch or dinner, and after that, done. That's it. Once you get to dinner, actually, that's it. Done. Especially for me, because I was all about eating. Meanwhile, SFA shot 220. They're going to take game 1 against Weber International. You know, you don't want to say don't sleep on SFA because that would be foolish after they won the NCAA Women's Championship. But I still want to say it. Don't sleep on SFA. You know, a lot of teams may not be familiar with them kind of obviously head-to-head, face-to-face, because they don't see most of this competition throughout the season in their respective divisions. But they can play. And if you watched the show last week, you saw that. And it wouldn't shock me if they made a run to the title match this week.
Certainly, yeah. They've looked really comfortable out there on the lanes, not letting the moment. Obviously, they're coming off the NCAA win. The moment's not too big for them. They proved that last week.
Pikeville gets out to a 1-0 lead over McKendree. McKendree has battled some slow starts. They happened to them a little bit last week at the NCAA event. Lost their first match and had to go, of course, to the contenders bracket early. Met Vanderbilt in a contenders match, which is always tough. Vanderbilt ends up prevailing and makes a run to the finals. But you saw the resolve from McKendree after, again, 7-game match. That's what champions do, and that's what it takes to be able to win a title here at the Intercollegiate Team Championships.
You really hit the nail on the head there, Emil. The one thing you gotta like about McKendree is their experience and their ability to really just grind out a match.
157 for Weber. In our men's matches, we've got Wisconsin Whitewater versus Grand Canyon. Weber versus McKendree. Those matches are on 13, 14, 15, and 16 respectively. They're down on the low end on lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Calumet College taking on William Patterson. And Lawrence Tech taking on RIT. If my bracket is correct, and it is. So be sure to check those out on the respective channels here on BowlTV.com. Don't forget on the high end as well on the women's side, Indiana Tech versus Lindenwood. William Penn taking on Robert Morris, Illinois. All right, Pikeville after the early open. Good shot there from Pikeville. Came in as the 8th seed after qualifying, so a 1-8 matchup. Meanwhile, we got a very nice 4-5. Again, Weber and Stephen F. Austin. If you were to seed Pikeville coming into this tournament, they would not be an 8. That's why sometimes qualifying can throw some wrenches into the plans of some teams. St. Ambrose was in a battle with McKendree. And ended up going to extra frames. Going the distance, I should say. And McKendree ends up prevailing. The Lady Bearcats, by the way, went with Brittany Myers, Hope Gramley, Taylor Bailey, Lauren Pate, and Brianna Clemmer as their lineup. Here is Hope Gramley. Good shot there from Hope. I talked about her earlier during qualifying. I think she has the opportunity, not only the opportunity, she has that already. She has the ability to be the best collegiate bowler in the country. Plain and simple. Across any division.
Certainly looking comfortable out there on the lanes. The mechanics are solid at the line. Kendry just keep coming back for more year after year, bringing in solid recruits. Of course, quite the solid coaching staff themselves.
That certainly helps.
Absolutely. I have to say, Emil, Pikeville may have been the loudest team here on the high end all day. They did on the strike wagon, might not stop.
That's a good point. They had they were down here earlier during qualifying, the last 2 matches actually, and found a pair to be very favorable, and were able to exploit it. Right now, this is Lauren Piotrowski. IBNA Bowler of the Year. First team All-American in the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association. Pikeville's lineup: Felicia Lentesinos, Mallory Liversedge, I beg your pardon, Michaela Cummings, Lauren Piotrowski, and Jessica Wolf. On the other side for Weber and Stephen F. Austin, they have gone Santa Titri, Samantha Rayner, Taishe Naranjo, Lauren Snipes, and Caitlin Johnson. Again, that is the Weber International lineup at the moment. And we're in game 2 versus Stephen F. Austin State, who counted with Carlene Beyer, awesome play in the 2-hole, Dakota Fakeney, that is. Sarah Gill, Paige Beanie, and Dakota Hazelwood. Nice spare from Lauren Pate. Her parents, Debbie and Mike, are in attendance. I talked to Mike, Mr. Pate, I always call him, yesterday before the ITC banquet, and he said this is it. And this is, of course, Lauren and Josh Pate, Lauren's twin brother, goes for Wisconsin Whitewater. Their older brother, Nick, won the singles title, the Intercollegiate Singles Championship in 2017 for Midland. Also was a runner-up finisher in the Intercollegiate Team Championships the year prior, or 2 years prior, if I recall correctly, or a year prior. And he said this is it. This is they're both graduating, obviously. Lauren and Josh. And what a run it's been for you. It's rare to have 2, let alone 3 siblings all have the type of success they've had here collegiately.
They've certainly been quite the bowling family here. College bowling. As you mentioned, it's tough to even have 1 in the family, let alone 2 and then 3. Nick doing well out on the PBA tour as well, so as Mr. Pate says, journey's about to come to an end. It's also just getting started.
Huge double there for the Bearcats. Now Pikeville cannot get a 7 to fall from Liversedge. Pikeville in the lead here. Another match. Stephen F. Austin are already in the 8th frame, and Caitlin Johnson just completed the 5th frame. So SFA right now kind of posted number to Weber to beat. Here's Hope Bramley. That one is through the nose, and she leaves a 3-6-10.
Down on lanes 35 through 38, Indiana Tech winning their first game is the Lindenwood ladies. William Penn taking it home in game 1 as well against RMU. On the men's side of things, Wisconsin Whitewater taking home game 1 over Grand Canyon. And Kendry men defeating the Weber International men 1-0. Yet another marquee matchup here early in round 2. William Patterson defeating Calumet, taking a 1-0 lead. Lawrence Tech defeating RIT for a 1-0 lead as well. Shout out to another standout bowler from McKendree, Jessica Malott, joining us in the chat.
Malott, part of the team in 2017 to win both NCAA and ITC titles. Now trying to do her thing out on the PWBA tour, but certainly here supporting her Bearcats. You talked about recruiting. You lose a player like Sarah, Willie, and Jessica Malott, players like that. Obviously, you're going to suffer a little blow, but you know, McKendree able to retool, and other programs able to retool quickly as well. And you got to, with the amount of talent that each team has across the board in collegiate bowling. You got to recruit well. That is certainly part of the business here. Big shot coming up here from Trotsky. 2-4-8.
Emil, we've referenced the bracket quite a few times here. It's got me thinking, for everybody watching, why don't you throw your predictions for the winner of ITCs and made it all the way through the bracket in the chat. And I'm going to also pose the question, since March Madness seems like it was just yesterday, has anybody's bracket been busted as of yet?
Well, no one's been eliminated, so technically it would be a no on the bracket busting as Clemmer gets a break. However, we've had some minimal, upsets, if you certainly want to think about it that way. Grand Canyon defeating Wichita in the first round. Again, the Shockers on the men's side not eliminated. Speaking of that, the Lady Shockers also lost their first round match. They are not eliminated. They will be back tomorrow. And they got a long road ahead. Good questions from Brant. Offer your thoughts in the chat. McKendree is going to even their match here with Pikeville at 1 game apiece. Meanwhile, Stephen F. Austin looks like they can get to 200 even. And that is the number for Weber. Strike in the 8th, need one in the 9th. There it is. That's a big shot because you got one of the best players in the country as your anchor. Caitlin Johnson needs a strike on the first shot here in 10. To even the match here with SFA. Wow. Good shot. Wraps a 10-pin.
That certainly is tough on the pesky 10-pin. Look good.
$189-158 officially. So MCK with a win in the score column, and Pikeville quickly out and putting some strikes on the board.
There you hear that energy that we mentioned earlier from Pikeville. Striking early here in game 3.
198-195. And SFA now up 2-0 over Weber International. Early spare for McKendree. All right, bowling fans, don't forget a chance to watch the best collegiate bowlers in the country this week here on bowltv.com. Don't forget to check out the PBA playoffs that have been happening every Monday. Started a couple weeks ago at 9 p.m. Eastern on FS1 as the top 24 players from the 2019 season have been battling it out bracket style, leading up to the live championships on Fox, which will take place June 1st and 2nd from Bayside Bowl in Portland, Maine. Now don't forget the PBA playoffs every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern, leading up to the live championships on Fox. Shout out to the PBA doing some great things in the 2019 season. Big ups to them, and certainly for the sport of bowling. Spare to start for McKendree, as they have a 1-pin advantage here in the third frame.
You touched on the electricity here at ITCs. We talked about electricity. It's hard not to mention PBA playoffs in that venue up there in Portland, Maine. They really get up for their bowling, Emil.
They do. It's been a topic of conversation in regards to the Masters, for example. But if you've been following the PBA at all, and a lot of folks have because of the PBA League as an example, and they know all about, or you know all about Bayside Bowl and how they do things up there. Pretty cool place, certainly a cool venue. The atmosphere is second to none, essentially. What an awesome opportunity for the PBA in their playoffs, and for it to be on obviously FS1 and certainly Fox. So the 10-pin from Bailey evens this match up. Or the game up, I beg your pardon. This one could go either way. Obviously, it's still early. And it's 1 game apiece. 1-1, best of 7 format, double elimination. Hey, thank you for joining us. Nice shot for Weber. And they come out with an early double. Huge for Weber after right now trailing SFA 2-0.
Weber showing some resiliency here in game 3, getting out to that fast start. Trying to keep this up.
So interesting what's happening over on the men's side from a lane play perspective. Already see some teams, and there were several matches there that went 6 or 7 games, so the lanes have been not chewed up completely, but they've got some wear on them at this point. But seeing several players already in at 4th, 5th arrow, and it's just round 2, so good thing for them. This is the final match of the day, or final round of the day, because there'll be some. And we still could get to the point where some might loft the gutter cap over on the men's side. Here's Clemmer. Bang. Big shot and an even match. The Division I NCAA player, or excuse me, Division II-III NCAA player of the year. Jessica Wolf answers for Pikeville. And this type of match is what ITCs is all about. We saw some great matches early in round 1, of course, and now you've got a 1 versus what is not a true 8 seed. Mainly, it's really a 1 versus 2, or excuse me, 1 versus 1 or 2 in that situation. It's the type of team that Pikeville has been. They've been 1 or 2 in the rankings, and you're certainly getting what you would expect in that type of scenario. Big double there as Brittany Myers puts one on the board in the 6th.
Again, McKendry grinding out first six frames of that game. First 4 spares, now working on a double, keeping it clean. Name of the game here in match play, especially talking about Bakers. Looking down at the scores from the men's side through 2. Wisconsin Whitewater out to a 2-0 lead over Grand Canyon. McKendry doing the same, up 2-0 on Weber International. William Patterson up 2-0 against Calumet. Lawrence Tech also with a 2-0 lead over RIT.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Anything for you, Emil. So we have 4 2-0 leads. Wisconsin Whitewater up 2-0 over Grand Canyon. McKendry taking a 2-0 lead over Weber International. William Patterson up 2-0 over Calumet. And Lawrence Tech up 2-0 over RIT. Donovan in the chat asking about the Lindenwood women. They're in game 3, tied 1-1 to Indiana Tech.
That match is being is streamed on BowlTV.com. It is, you can find that on lanes 35 through 38, that channel. This is where we've had the majority of our commentary and, of course, the chat as well. So if you have questions, to ask them here. But you can watch that match on that respective channel, 35 through 38. Lauren Pate, high flush.
He's excited about that one, Emil.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think the last couple have been a couple flat 10s. He gets the high flush hit. And now McKendry looking to pull away here after the big 4 from Pikeville.
McKendry's foot is certainly on the gas pedal right now.
Best Pikeville can do is shoot 205. Clemmer didn't like it. 7 goes. That's going to be a dub for the Bearcats. Oh, what a shot there from SFA. Stephen F. Austin now in the 9th. Spare would give them 177, or beg your pardon. A spare and strike in the 10th frame would give them 177 in the 9th. Max score 207. Weber with a single pin to deal with at the moment, a 2 pin. Weber can still get to 211 and win this game. Piotrowski striking in the ninth for Pikeville. All right, nice game for McKendree. Clean 225. That was an even match through 4. And then, all it takes sometimes is just one double. Dakota Hazelwood has gotten used to throwing clutch doubles for Stephen F. Austin. Really admire the hard work she has put into making her, or to develop her career over the course of her time at Stephen F. Austin. When you have a player like Stephanie Schwartz for 4 years, who is certainly the best player in the program's history. Dakota has played a pretty good role in the last couple of years in their first title, and then to kind of take the reins over. It's not an easy thing to do, especially to follow a player of that stature.
Big shoes to fill.
And to come into her own. It's really been impressive to watch this season. Good shot there. She leaves a 4-pin. 197 now max score with a spare here for SFA. Weber is looking at a 310 here. Must have it. And an open frame, and that's going to do it for that game. All right, so SFA has won 7 consecutive games at this point, Brant. After sweeping Mount Mercy, they are now leading Weber 3-0.
They're on a tear here in match play.
Pikeville shoots 191. Brant, put your coach's hat on right now for Weber. And what are you thinking here from an anything perspective, whether it's lane play? I don't know if we've seen enough to essentially warrant a lineup change. I feel that, they've thrown good shots. They missed a couple spares, certainly. And we know what that can do to any team as far as missed spares. But take me through it, Coach. What are you thinking?
Well, first things first, I think you got to take a step back. You're down to the NCAA champions. Like you mentioned earlier, you got to take a deep breath. It's a roller coaster. You have to compose yourself. Take it one shot at a time. It's not about what's up on the scoreboard. Sydney Brumman did a great job earlier of touching on that. If you start thinking about the situation and the scores and whether you're down or you're up, you get away from the execution out on the lanes, and that's what's going to get them back into this series here and moving on to the next round. So at this point, one shot at a time. See what you can do here. Grind it out. Work your way back into the match.
All right, McKendree, again, leading 2-1. Stephen F. Austin up 3-0 over Weber after the 196-177 victory here in game number 3. Over in on the women's side, we got some Lindenwood questions. Lindenwood currently leads 2-1. They are now into game 4 versus Indiana Tech.
Over on the men's side of things, Wisconsin Whitewater up 3-0 over Grand Canyon. McKendree men Another 3-0 lead over Weber. William Patterson still up 2-0 over Calumet. Lawrence Tech up 3-0 over RIT.
Brandon, I think you've been summoned.
I think so as well.
I think they want what you've been giving them. You've spoiled the good people of Bowl TV.
Been working hard. I appreciate everybody tuning in. We appreciate here the whole Bowl TV team. Everybody tuning in here. As we mentioned earlier, it's been electric here at the venue. We hope that's conveyed to everybody watching back home. It's been fun. So I'll continue the score updates, continue the giveaways. The bowling's not over after tonight, Emil. We have a whole other day tomorrow. A couple TV shows as well. Crown some champions.
I think Donovan specifically is used to you feverishly typing score updates into the chat. I think he's used to being able to read the updates straight from the chat as opposed to hearing them.
As you said, Emil, I think that sounds about right. I am being summoned. It's been fun hopping on the mic with you here briefly. Round 2 of match play. Looking forward to the rest of the action tonight as well as tomorrow.
My man Brandon Howden, and appreciate all of his hard work this week. And as he said, certainly not the last day. He'll be here tomorrow. We'll be giving away stuff. By the way, grand prize tomorrow, Amazon Fire Stick. The gentleman to my right, obviously you can't see him. He's going to push the button when it's time for that. So be on the lookout for that tomorrow. We'll be giving away an Amazon Fire Stick along with some T-shirts and perhaps some other items. But a Fire Stick will be available tomorrow. Brent is going to fire away some updates. Can we give away something just for the heck of it right now?
You know, the intensity in the concourse right now, Emil, the electricity, the heat, doesn't just apply out on the lanes. The T-shirt cannon is warmed up and ready to go. So let me hop back into the chat. Let's get this bad boy fired up.
My man, that is Brand Howden. You'll see him in the chat momentarily. Appreciate all of his contributions. See Coach Bobby Brown talking with his players as Taylor Bailey strikes. Sometimes it takes just one good shot from your anchor bowler to get everybody else kind of in line and in rhythm. And that's the type of shot that Dakota Hazelwood just threw for Stephen F. Austin. You saw the reaction as she came back. She said, "Come on, let's go," emphatically. Here's Lauren Pate. Nice reaction there, and all of a sudden McKendree has found what they need here. Quick update, and Brant will have that for you in just a second, but McKendree has defeated Weber International 4-0 here in round 2. So the defending champions are on to tomorrow, and they'll be able to sleep in just a touch after getting 2 victories. One hard fought, certainly. Well, they both were hard fought. And probably one that unexpectedly only goes 4 games. You wouldn't expect that between Weber and McKendree. A lot of historic matches between those two teams the last couple of years. I talked about early how the men's matches seem to be playing out on the lanes. I said maybe we might have some folks get in front of the ball return, and we do. And Wisconsin Whitewater up 3 games. To 0 over Grand Canyon. SFA trying to end this thing right here. That's the best way to say it. .203. For McKendree, and they will go up 2-1. They have won the last 3 games. Meanwhile, Weber trying to hang on for another game. Stephen F. Austin doing all they can to try to end things here. Hazelwood, the washout there. Now won't be able to apply really too much pressure. And unless something weird happens here in these last 2 frames, Weber is going to at least in this match by 1 additional game. All right, so we're going to game 5 as SFA shoots 142. It's their low game of the set so far. Weber will pick up their first win, and they may not shoot, and actually will not shoot 200. So I wonder if there is any lane transition happening at the moment. Checking out any additional updates on the men's side. UW Whitewater leads Grand Canyon 3 games to 1. Lindenwood now leading Indiana Tech 3 games to 1. Robert Morris and William Penn tied at 2 games apiece on the women's side. William Patterson leads Calumet 2 games to 1. Lawrence Tech leads RIT 3 games to 1. Early open for McKendree as Pikeville having a quick huddle. You see Weber doing the same. SFA there's Gramley. The shot. Take a look at the Weber huddle there. Coach Randy Stoughton. Rick Wiltz recently earned USBC Gold coach status. One of just a select few in the world to own that. Early double for Pikeville. McKendree doubles up. Pin here for Clemmer. Meanwhile, Pikeville, they met. It seems to be working so far. Now with a front three. Trying to stave off here. Losing their first match. They would be 1-1 on the day should they lose. And Piotrowski having good ball reaction here in this match. Left with a 2-10 to deal with here. Pikeville has made some changes to the lineup. So Felicia Mentesino, still your leadoff, but now Angel West has come in and taken over that 2 spot. And part of that early 3-bagger, along with Brittany Turcott. So 2 good substitutions there by Coach Bobby Brown. Piotrowski 4th, and Jessica Wolf still remains in the anchor position. Of course, McKendree has kept it the same throughout. Brittany Myers, Hope Gramley, Taylor Bailey. There is Brittany Myers, Lauren Pate in the 4 position, and Brianna Clemmer. Stephen F. Austin's lineup has been the same as well, with Carlene Byer, Dakota Fakney, Sarah Gill, Paige Beanie, and Dakota Hazelwood. Through the nose goes Wolf, and she leaves at 3-6. Weber, on the other hand, and Gramley fired up. Oh, what a shot that was. Question about St. Ambrose women. Donovan, they did lose their first match earlier today. They lost to Robert Morris, Illinois. So McKendree with a chance to move on to tomorrow undefeated. It would be 2 matches away from television. Right now they would face or will face either the winner, or would face, I should say, the winner of the Weber SFA match, which is next door to them. Down on the high end, it would be the Lindenwood Indiana Tech winner versus the Robert Morris William Penn winner in the quarterfinals tomorrow. That actually begins tomorrow afternoon. That's another benefit of, I do like some of the format changes over the years here at ITCs. If you joined us earlier, Sydney Brummett was with us, a 4-year varsity player, 3-time first-team All-American with Wichita State. He talked about some of the format changes. Brianna Clemmer says, you want to know what I think about your format changes? I'm going to strike and make sure we don't have to come in here tomorrow any earlier than 1 p.m. Must strike here for Pikeville. Or McKendree is moving on, undefeated till tomorrow. And a 4-pin on a good shot. And that'll do it. McKendree is on to tomorrow. The number 1 seed at the top of the bracket, left side, if you're scoring at home. Brianna Clemmer. Bang! Bearcats are fun to watch. I like the substitutions. I like the coaching moves there from Bobby Brown. And you saw him a little bit there talking to his players, even stepping out on the approach briefly to try to help Lauren Piotrowski. And sometimes you just can't, obviously, outbowl bad ball reaction. It does happen from time to time. Nice job by McKendree, 226. And they will advance to tomorrow. They are 2-0 on the day. They defeat Pikeville 4-1. All right, there's Sarah Gill from Stephen F. Austin. Gets a nice break. And for the Lady Jacks, we were trying to axe them. That's a huge double, frame 7 and 8, and then coming off just like that, a split for Weber. It's been a struggle for Weber this game. Now best they can do is shoot 172, and this one is all but over. Our matches on the men's side, everything on lanes 13 through 16 are complete. And let's go ahead and do a t-shirt giveaway as we end the day here. For those of you still watching our winners bracket matches here in round number 2. William Patterson and Calumet College locked in a battle. No official finals yet, besides what we know here on our featured pairs. Run down the how the brackets are shaping up and how they look for tomorrow. As officially now 226 to 200. Kendry defeats Pikeville here in game number 5. Good shot there from Weber. Unfortunately, just a touch too late. Never could find any rhythm, it looked like. With some low scores, they won a game shooting less than 200 and will not shoot 200 during this match. Well, SFA just continues to put in work. Marissa Carey down on the high end. Boy, and Indiana Tech doing some great stuff here. Shout out to Anthony Nyer. Won himself a Bowl TV t-shirt. I think he's a pretty talented young man. All formalities here on our featured pair on the women's side. Robert Morris leads 3-2 over William Penn. And that one is in the late stages as well. William Penn throwing strikes late. Lawrence Tech defeated RIT 4-1 on the men's side. Whitewater defeated Grand Canyon 4-1. Marissa Carey in the 10th frame either doubled or struck out to win a game. And so no matter what, that match is going to be extended. So that looks to be the match to watch, folks. You can check that out down on lanes 35 and 36. And then down on the men's side, Calumet and William Patterson. So, let's see. Let's take a look here momentarily at 35 through 38. So Indiana Tech has either gone 3-2. So 230 to 180-ish. So both matches on 35 through 38 are ongoing. So folks, you definitely want to go ahead and check that out. We will not have, we won't have the angle for you from this vantage point, so be sure to check that. while we have a moment, if for those of you who are still listening and haven't switched over, or maybe you have switched over and are still listening to me, give you a quick rundown on the brackets. So what we're going to do is add a chat over to 35 and 38. We won't have any commentary for you, but you'll have the matches. And then you obviously, folks, can talk and chat amongst yourselves within the chat feature. And enjoy the matches as they unfold here. We'll be able to keep an eye, and then we'll also be able to add updates as well. So right now, on the women's side, Delaware State and Maryland Eastern Shore will meet tomorrow, at 7:45 a.m. UAB and Mount Mercy will meet. Again, these are contenders bracket, elimination bracket matches. UAB and Mount Mercy will be our first matches at 7:45, along with St. Francis, Illinois versus Duquesne. Wichita State and St. Ambrose will meet this morning. Then the losers of these respective matches that are ongoing right now would be in the 9:45 a.m. matches. So, for example, Pikeville will face the winner of the UAB Mount Mercy match. And Weber will take on the winner of the Delaware State Maryland Eastern Shore match. All right, folks, the chat has been added, 35 through 38. Only one match left to be determined on our men's side. Apparently, this is Game 7 over on for RMU and, and William Penn, So, if you have any questions, be sure to check bowl.com/ITC for all of your information and results for this particular channel. We'll see you back tomorrow, bright and early, 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Be sure to check social media, youth_bowling, and at USBC on Facebook and Twitter, on Instagram, youth_bowling. USBC Instagram, US Bowling Congress. Youth Bowling has been killing it this week. A lot of cool stuff. Be sure to follow them, folks. Also on Snapchat as well. I want to thank Brand Houck, Jason Thomas, Terry Bigham, our entire crew and staff. I want to thank Tangela Chance, who was here for the first half of this week. Appreciate all of her help. I want to thank Brian English, Andrew Lowy, Brandon Cruz, Jimmy Chanthavong, Hannah Reinmiller, Gary Brown, Zach Barton. All of the staff here at Polking Lane South. We'll see you in the morning. It's been a presentation of the Intercollegiate Team Championships on BullTV.com.